Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. It's been a good day so far. Hope everyone had a good weekend as well. I am back at it as per usual. Good old fun times in Game Maker. I do want to stress though, there is something I want to focus on today once some more people have turned up. That I think is kind of an important thing for the channel to work on. And, I think I kind of want people's input on what they'd like to see for it. But for now, I'm gonna finish off the last of my breakfast and get started today. If you're wondering why I have not had all of my breakfast by now, that is because I started watching RT's video on blueprints this morning, and I didn't realize it was nearly 2 hours long. I didn't click to that for some reason, and started watching it, and it was like, cool, we're almost done. What's the time? Oh, cool, it's 20 minutes before stream starts. So I haven't finished it yet. And I had to speedrun everything for my morning. You know, not too bad. So yeah, no, but overall, no, I can't complain about anything. Weekend was pretty good. I ran around a fair bit doing some stuff. Yesterday was good though. So I got a lot of work done. Then I took a small break, like mid-ish day. Hung out with one of my landlords, and we just like talk shit, played a game of Magic, yada yada yada. We came up with something we saw, and we might play something later. Throughout the week, we're gonna sort something out. But aside from that, yeah, no, like it was good times. Then I was supposed to do a recording of something, and by the time I was like off break, in a sense, I kind of thought about it. I was like, oh, I'll go do some of it now, right? Like I've had my break, I could go do some now. My other landlord, she does figure painting, and she does it in the garage, which is connected to my room. And when I went to do the recording, because she loves blaring her music and singing along with it, which is, I have no problem with that, especially when I've got my headphones on, I could not hear a thing. However, the mic could pick it up occasionally, and I'm like, I can't do that. That would be not good for that recording. So I'll have to do the recording later. But, nonetheless, I have a bunch of scripting done for that recording. You'll find out about that recording later this week. But, yeah, not too bad times though. I'll also pre-warn, and I know someone's gonna joke about it, but unsurprisingly, there's going to probably be some Magic talk today as well, because we've had massive reveals for Final Fantasy. The Final Fantasy set coming out next month. And I'm more than excited for it. So, yeah, I'll probably talk about that at some point. It'll be provoked, I bet. Someone will mention something and I'm like, wow! Which, actually, that's a good point I should mention on that. That is why there is, Final Fantasy is the next game I'll be playing. Specifically Final Fantasy IV. After Bloodborne, because, I basically sat there and I'm like, I kind of want to play through more of them, so when the set comes out, I don't feel so lost on characters. I also found out that I can get a digital copy of Final Fantasy, like original Final Fantasy VII for PS4, for like 26 bucks. So we can be able to play that way. Which that'll be good. Oh, sorry. It is a very cold morning today, so you have to give me a little bit of leeway with how everything is. Alrighty, so I actually have, on my whiteboard, because I finally put it back up, I have my little tasks for the week when it comes to the game. So I need to go through that. Just Control K there for now. Alright, so, how do I want to do input variables? Okay, so that's that. What do I... So, okay. Wait. We need to do some weird shit. So... I apologize, there's gonna be a lot of math that I'm gonna have to figure out here, so this will probably be a bit more of the thank you sort of bit. Let me shorthand explain what I need to get done this week. And keep in mind, this is my week-long goal, so this is work outside of stream as well. Is set up movement for player and testing world space. So basically, I just need to have the player move around and then start setting up kind of a debug environment to test that in. A very, very loose debug environment. Because I just want to get a moving object so I can actually feel like we can test kind of basic things with the world. So... I think what I do is basically the same as these values. Input core. To be fair, I'm probably gonna keep input core, or like this input thing, fairly similar. I'm just gonna close a bunch of things here that I don't think I'm gonna need today. No, I'll probably need steering behavior. But yeah, so I do have that as an input thing. So what I need... So this is run input.write. Have I got anything for a foundational input code? I don't currently. I am gonna need one. So I think I actually just straight up copy this constructor. And we're gonna make an updated version of it later. But I'm gonna do this for now. Okay, so we need, with that, don't need grid make functions, we don't need cooldown related stuff, nor skill, nor, we might need the workspace open. We'll open it when we need to. Enemy constructor can disappear. Play functions can disappear. Core functions can stay. Lobby will have to stay because we're gonna have to work on that. Alright. Let's do kind of what we did here. So it's just input core, yeah. Alright. Are you coding? I am coding currently, yes. Doing a good old game, after all. So now that I've got an input architecture in, I mean, I can just copy this one, right? Copy my old code, not have to rewrite it. Then, how do I want to get this, going? Because I'll copy this as well, knowing that I'm going to have to, ignore... let's turn these into locals for the moment. I'm gonna have to ignore this value for... Oh, just put in... actually, no, I'll leave them there, because we will have to do these again eventually. So I'll just tag them out. There we go. I need... we'll just put 2. That'll be a test number. So where's this gonna get added into? So let's look at our vector scripts. Because these are exactly the same on the other one, I haven't changed them. Because we want to... Yeah, this is why I was like, I need the other stuff. Oh, I'm not gonna need that. Yeah, okay. Where is... It'll be... I think it's under scripts, and then I'm looking for... It's not vector scripts, that's what we've already got open. It's pathing. Is it pathing movement? No, I don't think it's pathing movement. No, that's a different one. The worst part is we had it open earlier. I can't remember what it was. It's probably under enemies, actually, in this old file. Ironically. Yeah, I think it's under the enemies. Steering behaviors, that's what I'm looking for. So... Steering force, add force. Force is... X and Y. So, arrive force. What does arrive force return? So, 0 point, then it's subtract from position. So it goes to position. Get magnitude. So that's what we're doing here, is we're doing magnitudinal values. So this is direction and magnitude. So I'm gonna have to do Yeah, these are the values it's trying to go to, is basically what it is. Alright. So, how do I shove this into a vector argument? It's kind of what we're at. So I need to change this from point direction and magnitude to figuring out, well, I mean, this is what we're looking for, right? This is where it's supposed to go. So what we're gonna need to do, alright, so it would probably be something along the lines of, say, we'll make a vec equals new vec 2. Do I just have it as vec 2? Okay. Move x, move y. And then vec dot subtract position. I don't care about the distance stuff because that only matters for the arrive force argument. So underscore vec subtract velocity, because that will be the it's the velocity cap, I believe. Vec limit magnitude max force. And then I need to apply force. Vec. Except for that. I'm gonna need to give this a image to work with. I do have a width one, don't I? Yeah, cool. And then I'm just gonna drag and drop, I think, this time. No, so again, this is one of those times where, like, there's an argument to be made. I shouldn't be drag dropping. I should be doing creation stuff already, but I really would just prefer to get the testing going. Because the Steamworks integration is still disabled, this should compile faster. I don't think I turned it back on. Interesting. Change input reset was not set. Gotcha. That will be part of the controls problem. So we're looking at get input, and I'm looking at this value here. I want to know where this gets changed. So it is false by default. That's all that really matters. It gets set true when I think the menu changes. That's the idea of that one. It's a soft lockout, so you don't like overdo a value when like a menu would change, so you don't accidentally like go through a menu. Okay, that's interesting. I think I know what went wrong there. And it should be relatively easy to fix. All I should need to do is put, if input core dot do I have a thing to just check if there's an input? I actually don't have a thing to just check if I'm inputting. I'm sure I had something for that, though. Because that was... That's actually really interesting. I think it's keyboard check that I'm looking for. Yes. So I can just put this as if keyboard check should be VK any key. There we go. Oh, and then here is input. What happens when we do this? Interesting. Oh. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't need the input checked in. Alright. No. Wait. Subtract a vector from this. Vectors. Nice. A vector from this vector. Okay, I'm gonna... Vector to and then put oh, sorry. Okay, so then I have And then... Actually, this is incorrect. Because doing that is just going to cause it to do a weird thing. Yeah. More weird than already. So I'm still not getting this value done inputted correctly, and I'm trying to... Let's see. Because I think I kind of know what I'm doing wrong, because this is a value that you put in and you add to location. Or current position. So I want to... Wouldn't be... No, wait, what it's probably gonna need... No, wait, vector... God damn it, input vector dot set 0, 0. Does that help? Do I not do this bit then? Do I instead maybe do... I need the testing enemies. I need to look at it in action. It's not gonna really help me. And then the apply force is under steering behavior. Apply force is force.multiply by the value that I'm inputting. I'm applying the force of this vector to it. Okay, does this fix it then? If I remove these from being part of that variable thing. No, it doesn't. Okay. So these are the location that I want to move to. Arrive force means that this is the radius in which it will slow down by. So arrive force is still kind of valid to keep in mind. So does this move to location? Oh. So wait, I need to do... I think I just see where I need to change things to. Because I do that, I subtract position, I then input vector dot set magnitude. Max speed. And I'll just put in max speed here. What happens if I do that? Doesn't help that it's not... This is something Game Maker does from time to time. It real pisses me off. Is that it just doesn't link the values correctly. Okay. So I think this being a preset vector is hurting this as well. Because I don't think I need it to be a preset vector, and it looks like it's just getting hurt by the action of it being a preset vector. So let's do var vec again. Oh, it's not just as like... That been my issue, maybe. Because yeah, that's probably what it's been, partly. Let's try that. Because it is going to, like, zeroed position. Okay, not taking anything in. What if I temp disable all of this? What happens then? So we don't have any checks going on. This should get something moving. Okay, so we've got it moving, and it's doing what I was telling it to do. So I'm gonna... Okay, so it's got a little bit of drag to this, which is good. I'll have it slow down drastically. I'll have it slow down is basically what I need to do. I wonder if it would be as simple. So I guess the having it as an else case was bad. So velocity dot subtract. How much does that divide by? Or how does that divide? Okay, so I'll need to do new vector to zeroed. Dot, this is really awkward. So I need this to be velocity dot x and velocity dot y. No, I can't do that, right? It's the yeah, it's because that's the creation thing. So I need to do var vec div equals and then vec div equals that. And it doesn't return something currently. apparently. So I need to rip this out, do this, and then effective. Think that would do something? What am I getting pinged about? Oh, it's just a favorite stream. Let's see if that works with what I want it to do. Okay, no, that's not what I want. I mean, why am I doing it this? I just really fucking I hate myself, babe. It's just fucking. Skip the process, do that. Instead of making a whole new temp vic, just do that. Be 1.1 is what I want. Ugh. I hate doing math. It's early in the fucking morning. I'll just do a really absurdly low number to see if that feels a bit better. Okay, not that low. Because what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to divide the velocity by itself, or divide it down, so it's basically, it will slow down over time. You could kind of see. It should come to a near stop eventually. But it'll be about finding the right spot for that. And then I'll need to have a safety check of, if it's below a certain value, I just cut it. Actually, be just that. I wonder if that would work. Yep, looks like it worked. So we'll probably raise this value to like, let's see what a 0.4 looks like. Because we kind of want the player to like move a little, like, I don't know if I want to say glide a little bit, but move a little bit. Okay, that's way too high. So 0.175. But it's, well, it worked. It's not fine though. Interesting. You know what? Just fucking don't show me that message again. Alright. But yeah, we'll probably... I don't know. See, it's... I don't know if I'm gonna get this right. Because then this is gonna have to, like, probably be relative to speed. Or max speed. It's probably relative to this division here actually probably matters more than this number here. This can probably still be 0.1 and it'd be fine. Because it's basically what we need is while you're holding down, it keeps moving forward and it keeps feeling like it's accelerating. Ah, that's a problem. I need then to do velocity dot x is greater than minus 0.1. So I need to do both ends of it to actually do the correct catch. Because I wasn't able to go left or up, I believe, anymore because of that. That might make this feel a little bit better. And it means I might be able to make the value a little bit more aggressive. Brenda's getting access violations. Just found out they have stupid RAM cache installed from Aces. Yep. I mean, that's always a fun challenge. It's always, It's painful as well when it is a project you're working on and you're getting access violations and it's not relative to the program, it's relative to external factors, because it's just, yeah, it's harder to catch it then. Which can be, a tad bit frustrating. Do I feel like that's good? I mean, the movement feels there, it just feels slightly sluggish, and that... But I'm trying to decide, because, like, I'm pretty sure that's partly because the general movement speed I had for some characters was I think 2 was bare minimum, right? And 1 or 2 characters might have been below 2, but I think over 2 was like the expectation. And this looks fairly close to the speed at which the players kind of moved. Keeping in mind as well, like, the movement speed's gonna feel very different because the camera is supposed to be locked. So the camera will follow the player, so the movement speed won't feel so, like... When you get closer to the edges, the speed feels, like, a lot slower. Because it's at edges, right? Feels much wider berth, whereas in the center you don't have as much relative space to compare by, so you can feel a little bit faster in the circle. Cool. Okay. I can just tweak this. I'm gonna do something to make this a little cleaner. Because it's just gonna be ugly otherwise. There we go. So this should be all of the stuff we need to have for basic movement of the player, outside of like a couple of factors. I'm liking that. I'm liking that. We should also have an easy time once we put in any collision tiles, at all, because we've got this here, and this should be everything we need for it. Because keep in mind as well, by having place meeting as the code we're using for this, hopefully this does exactly how I remember it. Place meeting is it basically checks your current position versus the position intended. Right? So it's like, it checks the location you're targeting and goes, does this cause it to collide with anything on our list that we have for collision? If so, then what I do is I subtract the velocity. So it basically means that the amount of distance I would go, I don't go. I know. So it should mean that I basically hit a wall and then stop. That is the idea. Ironically enough, I'm gonna have to make a collision event for this at some point. Specifically because of, I think, one character actually cares about hitting walls for their ultimate, specifically. Yeah, why not, right? But it also means that I can use this, like doing a written collision event like that, universally as well. So I'll have, like, when this would collide and when player would collide, stuff like that. We're gonna have a long listed events architecture at some point. That I'm gonna definitely do a lot better with this time. Checking it all against stuff, so I have a better list. Because that was one of the issues, I don't know if people remember, but like, one of the issues I had was like, I'd have to constantly go back and check, hey, what did I write for this, thing here, right? And I think I'll probably have it all written out in a location where I can just always be able to go back to one location to see, instead of having to scroll through a lot of other things. And then potentially have to rewrite things as well along the way. That was definitely quite problematic for a while. I do also, and I'll make this comment, because I do find it funny, how, like, many people turn up for the dev streams versus the Bloodborne streams nowadays. I know it's also probably time of the week, right? Like, this is the first day of the week for me. This is Sunday evening to Monday morning for some people. So it's probably a lot less of an opportune time for people to watch. I just find that really funny. But yeah. I need to finish moving some stuff. So, over the weekend, like I said, I was quite busy, right? So I was moving a lot of stuff around in my room, trying to organize some stuff, getting washing done, yada yada yada. I started moving some stuff around, didn't finish, so I had to move it off to the side, and now I'm like looking at it, and I'm like, I'm a bit pissed that you're just sitting there right now. Because I was gonna move the frame for my keyboard, the, electric keyboard that I have. Electric piano, whatever you want to call it. The piano keyboard. I have a frame that it sits on normally. And I had that right next to my desk. It's in between my desk and my TV. But I've decided that's kind of where I want to have, like, other stuff there. I realized this really early on. So what I was going to do is I was going to move it away when I needed to, but now I'm just like, I'll do it now. Fuck it. I was going to move it from the frame to behind me, where some of my, like, stuff is just sitting in boxes still, or on top of boxes. But I just couldn't get to the time to move the boxes around and clear them out a little bit. Because I want to still put a thing behind me for, like, hanging clothes and shit. Like, storing clothes hung up, if that makes better sense. Instead of, like, it's not drying or anything, it's like where I would put my dress shirts and stuff. And just general more clothing storage, because I do want to have a little bit more clothing storage available to me. And just general shelves. So I'll do that at some point. Oh. But that's probably something that's gonna be a lot further down the line, because, I will openly admit, I've said this before, that like, oh no, I'm not gonna, I need to focus on PC upgrade. And I am focusing on PC upgrade. But as I said earlier, Final Fantasy set for Magic's been like quite heavily announced now. We have a lot more info about it. I'm gonna be putting in a bit of money for that. I've already conceded I'm gonna be buying all 4 precons, which are $130 each, and there's 4 of them. Then I want to buy Y'shtola at least separately, and I want to buy a bunch of packs because I want to get Noctis, I think. I want to get a copy of Noctis at some point and all that stuff. So I'm going to try and at least get a booster box, if not a collector booster box, because there is some really cool cards in there. Ordered 1 play booster box. Yeah, like, at this point in time, I expect that I'm going to be getting a lot of stuff. Problem. But the problem is, I still need to do the PC upgrade. The PC upgrade should take priority, but also Magic. My local doesn't do price gauging? Yeah. I mean, the local that I have now is pretty good. From what I heard, I think each precon's 130. The cost of anywhere else? That's pretty fucking, yep. I mean, one of the things that pissed me off about my last LGS, and I'll always openly, like, I loved my last LGS, the environment, community there, awesome and everything, but one of the things they would do that pissed me off something fierce was that they would price against popularity. So, the best example I can give for this was before Aether Drift precons went on sale there, I was looking around and I looked at some stores and I know how much it was. And I'm like, cool, I want to pre-order from my LGS because that just feels right. So not even a full week prior to it like releasing, they finally put up the prices. $90 for the Living Energy. $120 for the Living, the Zombies one. And I'm like, cool. I could buy that precon from another store, ship it to me, and it would still cost less. I want to support my LGS, but like when you make decisions like that, I'm gonna go somewhere else. $30 more for a precon than I would pay anywhere else is way too much. And they did that with Tarkia. Every single precon was differently priced, with what the Sultai one being like, I think, 140 or 160. Now keep in mind, again, New Zealand price-wise, 90 bucks is what I should expect for a precon. That's why it's rough with Final Fantasy being about $130. But that's something that, like, that's what the price is for it. For the basic version of it, that's what you're doing. That's what you're getting. That's not even the collector's version. The collector's version is nearer $200. I got it at retail, which was 30% the price of anywhere else. That's so good. Man, I wish. But yeah, also, I do feel bad. Hi, Devil, how's it going? But yeah, that's why, like, in the nicest sense, I kind of appreciate my current LGS a bit. Because I have connections there, technically. I know a lot of people that go there, and I've known people for a long time, because this is, again, my hometown. But I've got the benefit as well, is that, like... Hello, after 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it's the problem of, like, I was so focused on the topic. I am sorry, Devil. I know it's a joke, but it's like, I am sorry. No, fucking, but at least with my LGS that I have now, the benefit I do have, and I will say this, is I can back order them, and they will sell it to me at current price. They won't update the price or anything like that. If I go to them now and pre-order all 4 of them, I am paying $130 for each. That will not change. They're not going to go down, they're not going to go up. They're not going to go down anyway. That's fine. They're not going to price change those. They don't price change until, like, way further down the line, when it starts becoming a non-reprinting. And it's like that. I think, like, to give an idea off the top of my head, I know when I looked, I think Duskborn has finally been changed in pricing there. It's because they only had like 1 or 2 Duskborns still. They've still got Winter there, which I want to get that one. But, like, again, I have to be really, really cautious with my Magic buying if I want to get these precons and, like, a booster box or a collector box or whatever. And I kind of want to do that because I've promised before I want to do that shit because it would be really cool for stream as well, right? Like doing a booster box opening or a collector box opening. And this is a set that I think would be really, really popular to do it with. I just really don't have the money. I have to be real cautious with it because I still need to do the PC upgrade. And it makes it really fucking hard to choose what I want to do with it. Like, the benefit I have is that I don't need to make a choice until I'm fully debt-free again from what I've got at the moment, but that's, yeah. Got 2 Deadpool Secret Layers. I was tempted to get it, but, like, $100 for it, because I can still get one for $100. I'm still, like, on the fence with it, because there's nothing in it that I'm like, I must have this, and I don't really... I don't know. If I was to get it, I want foil, I feel. Like, that's the thing in the back of my head with that stuff, is like, if I'm getting something really special edition-y, I want it the most special edition I can get. They messed up and sent you non-foil? Oh, shit, yeah. That's a fuck up and a half. But yeah, like, it's... Now you have to keep the mess up. Yeah. Oh, I mean, at least that way you can, like, if you don't want to use the foil, you don't have to use the foil now. Or you could put the other one in another deck. I know a lot of people, like, suggesting he goes into stuff like Sisei decks. Which I think's fair. I think he's actually a really solid card for a Sisei deck. I know, again, my landlords slash flatmates, they got one copy of the secret lair and they've made a deck around him. Which I'm gonna be honest, I mean this with the most love and care. The way the person that made their deck, the main person that made their deck plays, I don't think I actually want to play against that deck. Right? Because it sounds funny and all. I actually think I'm more likely to play against it because of the input of the other person that went into it. Because the problem is, I'm in the belief of, like, if you're just playing to make as many copies of Deadpool as possible, but not have a way of winning the game, and just fuck with people and, like, have myriad effects and all that, and sack the myriads to legend rule so you're just getting rid of effects and stuff, I just kind of don't want to play that. Right? Like, I just kind of, like, there's parts of my brain that I'm like, I'm just really good, thanks. I got cards that speed up the game. See, that I'm okay with, right? Like, if you've got... Because what I say to that deck is, the other person that inputted in it basically made it a lot of demons. Like a toolbox demon deck, and, like, really cool for that. And I'm like, okay, that sounds interesting. But, like, at the end of the day, I have this bad feeling that most of the time, if I see a Deadpool deck, I'm just not gonna actually have fun with it. I feel like it's a deck you, like, as well as if I played it, I'm gonna, like, play it once and I'm like, cool, I'm good. Mana burn? Hell yeah. Mana burn. No, see, like, that's one where it's like, cool, I'm just, like, at that point in time, Descent into Avernus, right? Put that in the deck, right? And it's shit like that. Look, if you told me you're doing a Deadpool deck with Descent into Avernus and everything goes at Mark 5, I'm kinda down for that, because that's, I think, a great way to play him. Because you've got Deadpool, which is a control card. Like, you cannot convince me he's not just a control card. He's either a combo piece or a control card. Let me correct that. There is so much going on there with him, and that is what's really, really potent about him. So, just make it so you've got a control card in 2 decks that are now going at Mark 5, and you're like, cool, I'm just gonna fuck your shit up. So the fact that you're saying, like, mana burn, all that, I'm like, yeah, that's great. I think that's a great way to do it. Miss Caller, I love you. That's why, like, I think that's a fun way to play it, because it's the problem, I'll say this now, again, the problem I have with a lot of those sorts of decks is that when they're getting made, they're made in a way that also means the other people at the table can't enjoy the game. And you're in Commander, which is a social format. So, in a sense, if you're playing a deck other people don't want to play against, you're kind of going against the charm of what Commander has. If other people are like, nah, that was fun, that was cool, that was a great game, all that, which I've had games where it's like, it was a slog, but it was still fun. But then I've had games where I'm like, I may as well scoop, and the impact I have on the game is the same, and it means that less time is being wasted. Like, I'm such a non-player at the table, I'm just good. It's why I feel there's such a thing about, like, and I know I personally have this of, if you're someone that's taking a, like, 10, 20 minute turn, I kind of just want to scoop. even if you don't win off it, because I turned up to play a game, and like I get that shit happens sometimes. I get that. But like if that's what your deck or your playstyle is constantly, I definitely have like a bit of a here we go again sort of thing. And that's personal problem, right? I guess also the benefit I have is that I've only ever done turns like that from very rarely. And when I have, I've normally been able to compensate by having other people involved in that turn. I could dish out a few 100 dragons, which is fun. See, now that's cool, right? Like, again, I'm all good with most of those sorts of things. I never have an actual issue with, like, anything that's not a 2-card infinite combo that's just uninteractable or anything, I'm pretty chill with. It's just, yeah, like, I had, I think what I'm saying as well, keep in mind, a great point of call of what I'm saying is why I probably will never enjoy playing CEDH. Because there was one game in particular, it was cool-ish, but it took so long to get to the point where it's like, look, we know I basically said, because someone was doing an action on my upkeep, right? He was doing a combo off my upkeep. Now again, this was not a CEDH deck. This is just kind of why I say, like, I don't like CEDH, because this is something that's very common. So in my upkeep, he started doing a combo, and like, after about 7-8 minutes, I just asked him, okay, I'm gonna be real with you. If you do not kill me this turn, I am killing you just because of this turn. Because and all that. He's like, oh yeah, I'm probably gonna be able to kill you. I'm like, cool, I'm just gonna start scooping. Because like, I'm all good with a long thing, but like when he does a turn that's 20 minutes long, then I get to my turn, and then on my upkeep, he's taking another 10 minutes. I'm like, am I even in this game? And I want to stress while I'm saying all of this, I'm really fairly chill about this stuff. This is me more ranting because it's like, this is stuff that in excess, I really just don't want to be a part of. Like, if you're doing this every game or every 2 games I play with you, I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. I'm gonna be less impressed and less inclined to play. And that's why I've said, like, the Artifact Storm deck I have, this one that I'm gonna have to update now. This is the deck that I've talked about a lot, that I'm working on, that is like the perfect example of, I'm gonna make this deck, I'm gonna expect no one to want to play with me when I'm playing this deck. Like, just straight up. This is a deck that there is very little chance I'll be allowed to play this with most people. Because the idea of this deck, while it is only technically a bracket 1 or 2, this deck is about going, hey, look, I see you're trying to play a game. I'm just gonna do my own thing. I like playing solitaire. Oh, you're trying to interact with me? I'm just gonna play over the top of you and kill you anyway. They end their turn with infinite mana and die. Yeah, that happens actually a lot. But like, yeah, that's why I say this deck here is a great example of me going like, I don't want to be here. I hate this. In fact, I've technically got a bad land base in this deck is kind of a half compensation for how much of a cunt I'm gonna be with this. I mean, the fact that I'm running stuff like render silent and silence, right? Like, I've not got much in the way of counterspell stuff, but I've got enough to just go, cool, back off, I'm doing my thing. And then have one storm off turn, and I just win the game from it. I mean, I've talked about this before, but there's the reason Elixir of Immortality is in this deck is so I have a way to deal with me decking myself out. Which, that's why, one of the changes I'm gonna make to this deck, I want to add a little bit more in the way of lands. But one of the cards I'm gonna add is one of the new... Okay, we're gonna start doing the magic talk, because I'm gonna fucking not stop now. So there was a lot of magic cards for Final Fantasy talked over the weekend. Surprise, surprise, we're talking magic now. I said this was gonna happen. I'm gonna do it now. Okay, so we're gonna mainly look at this debut recap because this is gonna give us most of the stuff I want to talk about. But I'll skim through a lot of the stuff. So Garland, we already knew about. It's everything beyond that is kind of new. Noctis, when we get to him, that's the card I want to add to that deck. Anyway, White Mage's Staff and Black Mage's Rod are basically equipment that come in with a dude attached that you can attach to immediately, and it's great. I think they're really cool. I think these are very flavorful. Also, yeah, I know Devil. That's why I said it's like the beginning. This is what I talked about on the Discord, and I just want to like mention how I'm like, holy shit, fuck yes. I said, under the weird chance they decided to, if they printed a Furion from fucking Final Fantasy 2, I was gonna make that motherfucker like a commander deck. They did. He is not a good commander. I am so excited for this. So in case you haven't read him up, he's really, there's two reasons why it's real funny. So, his card, interesting, but the reason why I said I'd make a deck around that, when we played through Final Fantasy 2 in recent time, on streams and stuff, we had Furion as our main character for it, and Furion, just straight up, we made him, a carry, like the hardest carry in the game. He would just kill everything. He would do damage cap, a lot of the time. He was insane. We put all of our buffs onto him, we would like haste him, we would do all that. It was great, and we kept making jokes about like how it's just fuck Furions, he had to win the game. They make him as a card, I'm like, dude, there's no way I can't play that motherfucker, right? But yeah, the actual card itself is equipped creatures you control have haste. So haste, which is good. Whenever a non-token equipment you control enters, create a token that's a copy of it, except basically it equips for 2 less, and it sacks at the end of, at the beginning of the next upkeep. So it gets to end turn and then it sacks at the next player's upkeep. So if you have a way of getting like an infinite, combats, then you can make a lot of shit go on with that. It's actually not bad, but the problem is, as a commander, it's not great. It's definitely a card that you would prefer to see in the 99. Baron to be an MTG, yeah. But yeah, commune with beavers. Guy speaks beaver. I remember that moment. I don't know if I think this one's that good, I'll be honest. So look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact, creature, or land from among them and put them into your hand. The rest on the bottom of your library in any order. It's like kind of a good-ish card. I mean, it's 1 mana for a sorcery. It's not bad, but hey. The Darkness Crystal. I mean, this art looks fucking gorgeous for it. I'll definitely give them that. Black Skulls cost 1 less to cast. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, exile it and you gain 2 life. And then you can put a exiled card by this onto the battlefield under your control with 2 1/1 counters on it. It does come in tapped, but you know. Adventurer's Inn, which I think is just very cute. It's literally an untapped, like it enters untapped, gain 2 life, and it's a colorless. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Now we're getting into the Final Fantasies that we haven't played, which is why, like, I'm curious. Well, this is why I'm like, we should probably just play more. We've got Kane, Traitorous Dragoon, which is basically during your turn has flying, and then when it deals combat damage to a player, it gets given to that player. And the person that it is giving the card draws that many cards and creates that many tapped treasure tokens, but also loses that much life. There is no safety net on this one. It could still attack you. You could get it sent right back at you. So, like, you could play this as your commander, but you could just get killed by commander damage very easily. I don't know what's gonna go with him. I'm curious. It's like the interesting, again, this is a beautiful example of, like, this could go into a group slug deck, and I think it would be real interesting. Gilgamesh, Master at Arms, is really good. I saw that and I was like, cool, I know someone that if we get a copy for him, he'll be happy, which is just, when it enters or attacks, look at the top 6 in your library. You may put any number of equipments from them onto the battlefield and then auto-equip them to Samurai you control. Oh, only one of them, sorry. You can attach one of them to a Samurai you control. So that's really good. Like, really, really good, especially a mate, like the mate that I'm talking about, because he has a Boros Samurai deck. So, like, there's no way that's not going in there. Barts and Boko, this is where we start getting some of the fucking affinity of the bird shit. There's a lot of bird stuff in here, which was really funny. It has affinity for birds, and when it enters, each other bird you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. So, you know. Terra, this is one of the flipped ones. This is really cool, I'm gonna be honest. I actually like this art a lot more than some of the other art things that they've done. But this one will be interesting. The Saga's really good, by the way. But we'll talk about this one first. It's just a 3 mana, 4/2, and Gruul. When it enters, mill 5, put one of the, up to 1 enchantment card milled this way into your hand. So an enchantment deck. Then you have Trance, which is 6 mana, tap, exile, then return to the battlefield transformed, activate only as a sorcery. When transformed, she's a Saga creature, which is she's a 6/6, flying. Create a token that's a copy of target non-legendary enchantment you control. It gains Heist, and then if it's a Saga, put up to 3 lore counters on it. Sack it at the beginning of your next end step. That's really good. Because that basically means if you want to ult a Saga all of a sudden, you could just do that. So this is a really interesting card in a Saga's deck, or as the head of a, like, Saga's deck. Like, there's some real interesting stuff. Also, her ult is, her final one is you get double Wurberg, then exile her and return her to the battlefield. Which does mean, I believe, she is a Wurberg commander. If I recall correctly, right? By rulings? Like, as much as she's Gruul colored, I believe this actually forces her to be 5 color. Because it's, if there is the denotion of the symbol on anywhere on the card, right? Or the coloring on the thing. I believe this means that she's a Wooburg commander, from memory. Which will be really interesting. Again, we've got a lot more of the saga creatures as well. With you've got summon, Esper. I'm not gonna bother trying. She can only go into Wooburg. Yeah, exactly. That means she's a Wooburg character, which is really funny. Because that means like her and like, is it Tom Bombadil? Is the one I'm thinking of? Color identity is red-green. Yeah, so color identity is Gruul. She is Wooburg, though. So I think... Actually, I can't remember. What is that? So that means that she can only go in Wooburg. She can't just go in Gruul, right? I can't remember with that rulings. I know Commander, she counts as a Wooburg. But I can't remember if this forces her so she can't go into other ones. I think it means that she has to only go into Wooburg. So for targeting, she's Gruul. Yeah. She's not multicolor, she's Gruul, but she is a Wooburg card. Yeah. Look, that's one of those ones that still gets a bit trapped up in my head, admittedly. And I openly admit to, like, that one being a bit of a confusing point for me. But yeah, no, so there's a next summon. Exile an instance or sorcery card from your graveyard. Add 1 red for each lore counter on this. You may cast an instance or sorcery card exiled with the saga. And mana of that type can be spent, if any type can be used to cast it. And they're not in brackets, so they can only... Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, so she's a Wooburg card. But she's not... color identity wise, so it's one of those ones. I think the best way to like think on it maybe further for me is that, for example, what's his name? Chance. Is it this guy? Yeah, this is the best way to test it for me. It will trigger the scry, it won't trigger the angel. Yes, Jensen is my, like, check for this always, because I had someone that would always play Jensen. Like, he would play it every week or two, and his turns would he's the guy that takes forever with his turns. And this is always how I could figure out what a card stuff was. This is how I was learning it. It's multicolored, because it's Gruul, but it is not all colors, because it is only Gruul. It can produce all color. It can produce all of that. But it's the same as, what's that fucking other I could actually probably look at top commanders for finding this one. Because I know it's in the top, like, 20. The fucking, the artifact dragon. Is it not in top 20? I know it's real high up. Because the Artifact Dragon's another great example of it as well, where it's, if I scrolled past it, I swear it's high on the list. I guess it's not on the top 100? There it is, Ramos. This one. This is a colorless. This is considered colorless, but it has to be in Wooburg. That is kind of, again, the exact argument we're saying with it. Anyway, moving on, because we're going on for that longer. Kefka, Court Mage. You are 3-colored. Blue, black, red. When it enters or attacks, each player discards a card, then you draw a card for each card type amongst the cards discarded this way, which is interesting. Then, for 8 mana, each opponent sacrifices a permanent of their choice, and then you transform this into the Ruler of Ruin, which is flying. Whenever an opponent loses life during their turn, you draw that many cards. Yeah, during your turn. That is an interesting card. I'm not gonna say this is good. I just think this is interesting. I don't know how good this is gonna be. I actually don't know how good this Kefka's card gonna be. Because 8 mana for the transform. Sure, it's a soft, like, card removal. But it's their choice, not your choice. And it's just permanent. There's a lot of permanents someone could sacrifice and not care about. There's very few decks in my experience that are gonna have, that are not gonna have a option for a permanent that they could just sack. Don't get me wrong, if you're super behind after a board wipe, for example, this means they're sacking lands, right? But like, whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, you draw that many cards? I mean, you've got Izzet colors, so you could storm with this. And you have... Actually, that probably is the way you play this, right? Yeah, I think this is... That's weird. I think this is a Spellslinger deck, like straight up, where you're just like doing off cast effect, like damage pings. Like you're doing gutter snipe with this. Actually, that makes that card really good, now that I'm thinking on that, right? Because if you're doing that, you do cost reduces for your spells. So, and then you got like probably Klin, the Storm Klin, whatever his name is, the artifact, the Magecraft Crate treasure. You can probably generate enough mana. And you got like probably mana guys that are available to you as well, and shit like that. Jessica's Will, maybe. Actually, Jessica's Will has anti-synergy in this. Now that I think on that. Because Jessica's Will wants hand size that you're making them discard. Because yeah, like, I wouldn't put it past if an Izzet play or Izzet styled deck, Spellslinger-y sort of thing, is at 5 mana, or at 5 mana, they're probably really close to being able to just win the game anyway. Does this card win them the game? Huh. The more I'm thinking on it, the more I'm like, I'm not sure about that card. Anyway, moving on. We've got this Cloud, which has actually slightly decent, like, alt art. I think the alt art's actually better than the base art there, but it's, when it enters, search your library for an equipment card, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle, as long as it's equipped, this creature is equipped. If an ability, this creature or an equipment attached to it triggers, this ability triggers an additional time. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Wouldn't this then mean if you have a auto-equip to entering creature equipment, which you could get, you could double search? If you stack it correctly? Because it's when enters, then you'll stack the equip thing. Then you stack the search. Well, no, you stack the search, then you stack the equip on top. The equip resolves. And then you do the search, and then the search doubles because at time of search, it's equipped. So if you can equip it instant or you equip by auto, should double trigger? Yeah. Anyway, it's one of those ones where I'm not sure I'm ever gonna get that one right. Tifa, trample, landfall. When a land enters your whenever a land enters your control, it's a landfall. She doubles her power until end of turn. I don't think we need to think on that more. Now here's the fun one that I heard a joke about, and I know it's gonna do some emotional damage to those that care. So we've got our lovely Aerith, I think is how it's said. Aerith. I can't remember how it's said. Anyway, you've got lifelink. When you gain life, put a 1/1 counter on her. When she dies, put X 1/1 counters on each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of counters on her. Right, pretty good. Now we've got Sephiroth. This is a card I want to make a deck around, if not as the commander. Have you wanted to say, I like aristocrats, let's do aristocrats permanently. When this enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. And if this is the 4th time this ability has resolved this turn, transform Sephiroth. Now, the joke I heard with this was, if you play a deck with these two in it, you gotta sacrifice her to Sephiroth. And I'll let that sit in for a bit while we move on to his flip side. Say hello to Sephiroth, the one-winged angel. Flying. It's pretty good. It's a 5/5. It's pretty good. Yeah, there we go. Tim was like, yeah. Laugh through the pain, buddy. Laugh through the pain. I know. Anyway, Supernova. When this creature transforms into this, get an emblem that's basically the same as this effect. Where, when something dies, you deal 1 damage and gain 1 life. Because eat shit and die. It's any time this transforms, by the way, to this side. If you want to fucking flip him, get the emblem, kill him, fucking get him out again, flip that bitch again, my god, this dude gonna kill people quick. And keep in mind as well, it doesn't say when a creature you control dies, or during your turn. No, it just says whenever a creature dies. Fuck one person up and get a little bit of life. Cause why not, right? And then also when he attacks, you may sacrifice any number of other creatures if you do draw that many cards. Sephiroth was here to basically say eat shit and die, and I think that's exactly how he works. I will say, because this also doesn't exile him, it just transforms him, this is a potentially, if you do it correctly, a 3 mana 5/5 with an emblem. That's wild. There's a lot of ways you could make that work. That's really good. Anyway, moving along, we've got a character I didn't know exists. Squall? The Seed Mercenary? Rough Divide. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn. Whenever this card deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. This is a pretty good card. I think for 4 mana, 3/4, it's a little understated, but it's not bad. I mean, it is technically, if you're playing the deck around him, a 4 mana 6/4, and it would not be hard to give this thing lifelink and death touch, especially in these colors. Trample, a bit harder, but you know, not bad. Rona, green white. When she enters, create Angelo, a good old legendary 1/1 green and white dog creature token, which you'll see that in a sec. And then Angelo Cannon. Whenever Rona attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. So, go wide strategy, go haha, brr. And this is Doggo. This art's fucking gorgeous, I love that. Then we have Ultimika, Time Sorceress, which is Dimir. Very Dimir. I kind of want this for my Dimir Surveil deck, I'm gonna be honest, but we'll go through this. When this card enters or attacks Surveil 2, you can see why I wanted in my Dimir Surveil deck. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 4 and 2 blue and 2 black and exile 8 cards from your graveyard. If you do, transform this from a 4/5 to a 7/7 with Menace, and when this creature transforms, take an extra turn after this one. Bitch going to swing. Oh, it's me, the Warlocks. Hey, Roger. How's it going? Then we got this little dude, which looks fucking adorable. And I have no idea about who this is. VV. 0 mana, add X mana to your, of any combination of blue and or red, where X is, this card's power. He starts at 0. Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. That phrasing is very particular, and I kind of appreciate that. Makes it funny. Hey, yeah, how's it going? Then also, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a 1/1 counter on this card and deal 1 damage to each opponent. Is it Spellslinger? At your finest. The fact that this is literally a 0 mana, not even tap this card as well, this could get big. I can see this actually being a legitimately really good, like, is it card. Like, any good, like, spell-slingery sort of is it deck, I expect this to be good at. I don't know if I would say it's a commander or commander worthy, but I could definitely say that, like, this one's really good. Because it just basically, you get it, say if it is your commander, right, we'll use that as an example. It comes out, like, turn 2, 3, fairly consistently. Turn 4, you can probably, if you have a good deck around it, play like somewhere between 2 to 4 spells, maybe even more. Then you can activate his ability to play more, and then you swing this bitch, and it's probably like I don't know. We'll say like an 8/11. And you've already also dealt, like, 8 damage to each opponent. Yeah, just put fucking 1 mana, red and blue spells in here. And just go fucking storm off, my man. Storm off, chief. Because this doesn't have a sorcery speed attachment. It's just once per turn and only on your turn. That's wild. Then you've got Fire Magic, which is a great example of what I'm talking about. It's technically 1 red mana, and you could tier it. So you can do, I actually like this. You can do Fire, Fyra, or Firaga. Which is actually, that's beautiful. I like that. You could do it for 0 additional cost, deals 1 damage to each creature. For 2 to each creature, or 3 to each creature, for 2 mana or 5 mana additional, respectively. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, most of the time, I expect this to be used as for fire. It's pretty good. Then we've got this fella here, Kuja. Not gonna lie, this one looked really funny. I don't know how you're supposed to play it, but it seems really funny. So, 4 mana on Rakdos. 3/4. At the beginning of your end step, create a tapped 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent, and then if you control 4 or more wizards, transform him. And he transforms into, if a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or a player, it deals double that damage instead. Where is my Wooburg Wizards deck? Because this sounds really funny. Also, I gotta say the art, I actually quite like the showcase arts for this one. So we have this, we need to do a Wooburg Wizards deck at some point. Because it actually sounds hysterical. Just all wizards all day, every day. Spellslinger Wooburg Wizards. And that's also what your little wizards look like. Because why the fuck not? Anyway, we've got Yuna here. So yeah, again, at the top of these, they've had what Final Fantasy they're from, in case you've been wondering. I've not been reading that out. Y'all know the games better than I do, so you'll know what they're from. Anyway, Yuna, Hope of Spyra. During your turn, Yuna and enchantment creatures you control have Trample, Lifelink, and Ward 2. Then, at the beginning of your end step, return up to 1 target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it, which is pretty fucking good. That's just good. I can see this going into a lot of good enchantment decks. We've had 2 or 3 good cards in these colors for enchantments, and I kind of like that. Zenakard? Ancient Metropolis? It's a fucking adventure land. Wild. Has a sorcery, create a 1/1 colorless hero, put a 1/1 counter on it for each land you control, and then it can just be a land that comes in tapped and taps for green. It's also a land town. So they've given town as a typing in this one. I wonder if there's going to be some synergy there. We'll see. Alright, I'm going to warn this now. The next card on this, thing is Summon Bahamut. I'm going to say this fucking now. Summon Bahamut is going to be one of those cards that I expect to do really fucking well in any deck that's going to go, yay, I have Eldrazi. Almost every big Eldrazi's deck is going to have this card in there, if they can. I'm going to scroll through it slowly, and you will come to understand why I said big Eldrazi bullshit with this. It's either going in green, or it's going in Eldrazi. That's pretty much where this bitch is going. So it is a 9 mana enchant saga creature. Stages 1 and 2 of the saga is destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. Okay, pretty normal so far. Stage 3 is draw 2 cards. Okay, also I think it's a 9/9 with flying, in case you're concerned. And then we've got, for its Saga 4, the final saga, counter on it, or the lore counter, we've got Mega Flare. So Mega Flare is, this creature deals damage equal to the total value, mana value, of other permanents you control to each opponent. Oh, you know how I said Eldrazi and how you're probably gonna have, realistically, by the time Saga 4 goes, or the Saga 4, the lore counter 4 goes off, you're probably gonna have, I don't know, 2 or 3 of them that cost more than 10 each. Oh! I too like to have a countdown to a thermonuclear bomb. Now, keep in mind, it is extremely susceptible to removal and stuff like that. Being an enchantment creature, it's really easy to remove. It's a colorless enchantment creature. It's not an Eldrazi itself, but I see this going into Eldrazi decks. I see this going again into like Eldrazi decks particularly, but also like any big dumb green deck that can hold it, right? Because you're gonna need so much mana to get it out. And you're gonna need big mana to justify it. But it is still a 9 mana 9/9 after 4 turns nuclear bomb the board. Or nuclear bomb your opponents. It is a potential win con. So, I expect this to be like a really funny card to see. Anyway, moving on, we've got Absolute Virtue, which I think this card is really fucking silly, and I like it. For 6 mana and then a white and a blue, you get an 8/8 that can't be countered, has flying, and you have protection from each of your opponents. Fuck Platinum Angel, do this shit. You can't be dealt damage, enchanted, targeted by anything controlled by your opponents. While this is on the board, you are uninteractable. You can no longer be targeted or attacked. That is fucking great to me. I love that. There is plenty of ways to just use this card to make a fully uninteractable board. Like, you may as you are there as a spectator, except you're throwing shit into the ring. I think that's phenomenal. I think that's really funny. It being 8 mana to cast, that justifies that. 8 mana for an 8/8 that just says, you know what, fuck everything. That's kind of cool. Look, you could only give this flash to make it even funnier, but at that point in time, you have to give it like fucking 14 mana cost, and you're cheating it out anyway. Oh, I should put this in my fucking Hashton deck when I put that one back together. That would be funny. Anyway, Dragoon's Wyvern. Little guy, when it enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. It's cute. This one's a little hard to read. I will read it fully out for you. Banthorpe Friend. It is a red-green 1/1 for a 4/3 legendary creature, human rabbit. Has reach, and vehicles you control get +1/+1 and have vigilance and reach. And then whenever a vehicle crewed by this card, this turn attacks, if it is the first combat phase of the turn, you may pay 1, a green and a red. If you do, after this phase, there is an additional combat phase. It's a card. I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. It's not good. So yeah, it's a card. Then we get to this point. Again, another Final Fantasy I know shit all about. I know this is, I think, the main character? We'll go with it. Anyway, Lightning, one arm army. Yeah, no. Army of 1. Boros and 1 mana. First Strike, Trample, Lifelink. 3/2, Stagger. Whenever this card deals combat damage to a player until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player, or a permanent that player controls, it deals double damage instead. Keep in mind it has First Strike. That does matter with that argument. First Strike means if you swing with a bunch of stuff, she hits first. Anyway, then we get a meld card, which is always fun. Fang, Fearless, 1 black mana and 2 mana. Legendary Human Warlock. Warrior, sorry. Whenever one or more cards leaves your graveyard, you draw a card and lose a life. This ability triggers only once per turn. It's a 2/3, and it has melds with the next card. Vanilla, green and 3 mana for a 3/2. When it enters, mill 2 cards, then return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you both own and control the 2 cards, you may pay 3 and a black and a green. If you do, exile them and then meld them into Ragnarok Divine Deliverance, which is this card. A legendary beast avatar. It's a 7/6 with vigilance, menace, trample, reach, haste. When it dies, destroy target permanent and return target non-legendary permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So, you know, card. Fun. We've got this fella, which is, Spinny. Hey, Matthew, how's it going? We got this god dude, which is indestructible. He has 5 black mana. Because why not? He's a 5/5, indestructible. When it enters, each player sacrifices half the non-god creatures they control of their choice, rounded down. Not bad. Whenever a player sacrifices another creature, put a 1/1 counter on this bitch. This motherfucker gonna swing. He gonna swing hard. I like that. Also, I kind of like the showcase art for him. Then we got Summoner's Grimoire, which is another job select. Then it's a Shaman, and whenever this creature attacks, you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. If that card is an enchantment card, it enters tapped and attacking. Not bad. There's also another summon here, which is good old Primal Odin, which is destroy target creature or an opponent controls. Then this creature gets, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. And then draw 2 cards, each player loses 2 life. Let's ignore that fucking second stage, by the way, because what the fuck? Basically, this is the only time this card's gonna be able to attack. It could just remove someone from the game. I kinda love that. Then we have another Emmet, which is spells you cast from your graveyard cost 2 or less. Whenever one or more opponents lose life, you may cast a target instance or sorcery card from your graveyard. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile instead. Do this only once each turn. It's not bad. I actually, again, kind of want to put that in my Dimir deck. Now we're finally at the one card that I started doing this entire talk about. Noctis. This is going to probably go into the Artifact Storm deck because, holy shit, do you want additional redundancy? Noctis, Prince of Lucius, is Esper, so it goes into that deck perfectly. 4/3 lifelink, it doesn't matter. We're looking at that effect. You may cast artifact spells from your graveyard by paying 3 life in addition to paying their other costs. If you cast a spell this way, that artifact enters with a finality counter on it. Good little question for people. Tell me, how does Elixir of Immortality, our way of shuffling our deck, work? I thought it was tap it and sack it. I am wrong. Elixir of Immortality is 2 to tap it, you gain your life, you shuffle the card immediately in so it gets rid of the finality counter. Someone trying to target my graveyard? Immediately, nah, fuck that shit, I'm doing this. And before you ask, oh, but it's an artifact, you can't play it flash speed. Oh, wait, flash speed play. Fucking flash speed play. Flash speed play. Yeah, no, I want that in that deck. I don't know if I like this art for it, though. The showcase is kind of meh. I don't know, both of them kind of, I think this one looks a little bit better. Anyway, then you've got the, I'm pretty sure this is the villain of the game? the Usurper, dude. Anyway, fucking 8 mana, because why not? Demons you control have Menace, Lifelink, and Haste. And then, at the beginning of your combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target creature card from a graveyard. If you exile a card this way, create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's a 5/5 black demon. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. This is a card that I'm like, that might be fun to make a deck around. It might be kind of fun. We'll see. Then we get Jill, which is a flip saga. Anyway, when it enters, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to owner's hand. Then you do stuff. Oh, hey, yo, Yuki! Damn, it came in while I'm just talking mad. To be fair, I've been talking magic for like an hour now. Exile, return to the battlefield, and then it's this, which is target creature can't block, and then untap all tap all lands your opponents control, then flip this back over. Hello, Raiders, how's it going? Why did I see, I didn't? Well, that's because he's gonna be a card in Magic the Gathering. From a graveyard? Yeah, exactly. That's the wild thing with his effect. This is, oh, you had a really good card die last turn. I want that card as a demon. That's pretty good. Then you've got Clive. Again, I don't know if this is a spoiler to me. Because I'm like, he turns into Ifrit? Shows how much I know about the Final Fantasy games. Why is there Final Fantasy and Magic the Gathering? That's because that's the next main expansion. And it's in Standard. These are standard cards we're looking at. These are cards you will play in a normal game. Not just Commander. Yeah. Clive, when it enters, you may discard your hand, then you draw cards equal to your devotion to red, which is pretty good. And then you can flip, exile and flip summon, and then you get fights up to 1 target creature, and then add a lot of red mana. And then if it adds 3 or more thing, exile it and then flip it. I don't know if this is good. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. I don't know if this is actually good. Then we have a funny little bit. There's a bunch of traveling chocobos. And now, okay. Do you guys want to see the funniest thing that they've done? One of the funniest things they've released for this expansion. So there is a couple of characters and a couple of things that have existed in almost all games of Magic, all games of Final Fantasy, right? Technically, he also exists in Final Fantasy 1, but he is only referenced. He is not actually in it. And that is Sid, the engineer. So what if we had Sid? This is from Final Fantasy 2. This is what he looks like. And you can have as many of them in your deck as you like. He has cycling, which is pretty good. And then artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each artificer you control and each artificer card in your graveyard. That's pretty good. Right? But the thing is, it's not just, no, Matthew, there's a better thing. But that's only Sid from Final Fantasy 2. What if we had Sid from Final Fantasy 3 as well? Exact same card, by the way. And what if we had Sid from Final Fantasy 3, and Final Fantasy 4, and Final Fantasy 5, and Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 7, and Final Fantasy 8, and Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 10, Final Fantasy 11, Final Fantasy 12, Final Fantasy 13, Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 15. They're all the same card, by the way. Yeah, 16 of it. Yeah. is all the exact same card. It's just different styles of it based on what he has been in the games. And I think that is such a charming thing to do. So, rule of it is, at minimum, you need to have 14 copies of this guy in your deck. Because you need to have one version of each. If you're gonna do this, you have to do it with all of them. That's just the law. What's your favorite art? Oh, look, that's a hard one for me, because, like, if I was to go... My favorite is just inherently Final Fantasy II, because that was the first time I saw him. That's the first time I actually interacted with him. I still, to this day, think one of the most handsome versions is him in the MMO with Final Fantasy XIV. And I think the problem I have with, like, 16 is I'm like, that's not Sid, that's Mr. Steal Your Girl. That's not Sid. Sid has always been kind of like... That's why I also don't like this version of him. Sid's always kind of been older, like, big dude. Again, this is a great example of what I mean. Like, older big dude that sometimes has grey hair. I don't know how I feel about this version of Sid. This one, not bad, but eh. This one feels a bit more lanky for me. This one's just funny. But yeah, like, this one we only saw recently, and this is the first time I actually interacted with him. That's why it's like, I'm kind of default to this. Final Fantasy II is probably my favorite, just because of that. But yes, this I think was a really charming thing to do, was not only have it so you could have multiple Sids in your deck, but you could have Sids from every version of him. I think that's really gorgeous. Then from there we get the Through the Ages, which are just reskins of previous existing cards. We have Ravagan Nimble Pilferer, which is the little bugger that can attack to exile cards and get treasures. Then we have another Furion, which is Senior Editor, which is basically whenever you cast Aura, Enchantment, or Vehicles, you draw a card. Not bad. Nyxbloom Ancient, which I think this art looks fucking awesome to me, which is the Cloudseed Djinn. Again, this is one of those ones where it's like, you know what this card is. If you don't, it's easy enough to go look it up. Then we have the Imperial City of Arcades, which is just the good old Wall of Omens. And that's what we got from this weekend in announcements. So yeah, needless to say, this is kind of why I'm like, I'm probably going to commit more to this set than I should. I'm going to commit a lot. I'm gonna buy all of the precons. I'm gonna be getting all the precons. I'm gonna try and get some booster boxes of it, if not collector, if I can afford to. And we'll do some stuff around that. I am delaying the PC because of that. And I hate that I'm doing that. I'm very upset with myself. I cannot deny that, but also I acknowledge what I want to do and what I want to see. Just as a reminder, it's 130 New Zealand for each fucking precon, and there's 4 of them. And I want to buy a minimum of each of them, so I can just never edit them. I want to have them as their raw versions. And then I'm going to have to try and either buy additional copies of the precons or buy some of the individual cards like Y'shtola. Because I will want to still do that Y'shtola Artifact Storm deck. I mean, best case scenario is if I do start doing like boxes and boosters and stuff from it, that I hit, because if I remember correctly, a lot of the time with a lot of those expansions, when they come out with commanders like that, I think you can get the commanders as well sometimes in the general set with like different versions of them. I think like borderless versions, for example. But I think that's collector only most of the time. I might be wrong on that. Again, that's also me based on assumptions, based on, like, looking at a lot of stuff. I could be very wrong. I mean, also, I'll say this now. If the Y'shtola deck, if the precons come with, like, a showcase version of the main commander, like what they used to do with precons, that means I'll just grab the Y'shtola, the normal version of the Y'shtola, and add that for the deck that I'll do, and have the other one as the commander for it, so it's the fake card version, right? And there's a really small chance, yeah. That's pain. That's really pain. Because how much are the collector boxes at the moment? Because I'm doing this for, basically, this is gonna be my birthday present for myself. That's why I'm doing all of this. Jesus! They're $1,000 each! A box is fucking 900 bucks. God damn it. I mean, it's already fucking 400 for a goddamn play box. Fuck. That's a lot more than I fucking wish it was. Jeez. Like, don't get me wrong, this here is a great example of, like, it should be about 130 per precon. This is saying all 4 of them for nearly 900. God, I mean, it makes sense, sort of, because fucking a normal collector booster pack is 50. So it normally puts them at like 600. Oh no, it normally puts them at like, because if we do, let's see. Yeah, like, it's normally about 500, 600 for a collector booster box. My old LGS is on the website. God damn. I'm a little upset at that, I'm not gonna lie. It's like, I don't think my new LGS has any of this on their site. I don't think they've got any of it visually anymore, is because like all of it's technically sold out. Yeah, it's all technically sold out. That's why, like, I've talked about this already. I know that I can go in. I can go into there and I can just, like, directly go, look, I want to pre-order all 4 of the precons for in 130 each. I'm gonna do it all at once, and they'll back order me for it. I'll pay. It'll be back ordered. It means the moment they get them, I get them, right? And I'm down for that. I doubt there's gonna be a big delay between a reprint cycle for it, because the fact that the pre-orders have overdone, and especially New Zealand alone. At this point in time, there's a lot of talk about how, like, holocure was one of the biggest sets that they've ever released for the last, like, while. This is probably the biggest release set of all time. Like, it's probably gonna make them the most money, and I would like to shit on them as much as possible for it, but also... it's kind of hard to go, like, deny what's going on. Like, I'm gonna be honest, all the set is missing is the same bullshit with the fucking, Lord of the Rings, like, One Ring kind of bullshit. Where it was the $1 million card. Right? It's missing just that one bit of hype behind it. They do have Chocobo though. That's like, I think only 77 copies or something. So I guess there's that as well as going to be one of the big chase cards. But that's why I've said with my my mates, like, I'm kind of tempted to go splitty on some collector boosters. Especially if, like, we do it and I can open some on stream. Because I think that'd be kind of cool. But, yeah, no, I'd like to buy one. I'd like to say I can, but the only way I'm doing that is if I'm pulling out a fucking loan, and I'm already doing one of those at the moment. So, not likely to happen anytime soon. Especially when I'm still trying to go, like, PC. PC needs to be done. PC should take a higher priority. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, because there's people here now. I got distracted so many different ways. So now that we've got membership for YouTube available, currently it does nothing, unless you want to support me via it. That's it. We need to do emotes for it. What do we want to do for emotes? I have some ideas, but, like, what would be ideas people would like to see potentially done? Or just general kind of ideas. Nothing hard locked in or anything yet. I don't know how many emotes I can do. Let me look that up while I give people time to think. I don't know how it's because I'm assuming it's got slots, like how Twitch does as well. And you have only so many slots and you can work around that. Let's see, earn. It'd be memberships. Emojis, let's see. I have 4 I can do at the moment. I can do up to 4. Let's see, they need to be 32 by 32. One megabyte, aspect ratio 1.1. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do for it. Like, because normally emotes, in my experience in a lot of these things, have been like a mix of in-jokes and generic, right? What are some generic emotes? I just want to look at what people do for it. Because I know, like, people do sheets, yeah, like these. Here's a great example. This is kind of like a nice foundation point to look from. Open image and new tab. So, if I was to use these, I think... a hand wave hello definitely works. Like, of that sort of style. I guess a heart one. Like that. So that's 2 ideas. Oh yeah, one of those sorts of ones. The like the cute yelly sort of thing like that. Maybe. Just do a quick sketch of what I'm talking about. Like that. Well, that's at least a solid 3 to work off of. Because the other thing as well is immediately, like, with the ideas, do I do it off the model that we currently have? Do I do it off, like, a star that looks like me? Because if I do it off the model we currently have, there's no problems with that. There's just the argument of, like, what happens if I do eventually change the model to a more customized version. Then obviously, well, I mean, get different emotes, right? I don't know. I feel like if I'm making emotes like that, I gotta make them feel like there's some permanence to them. It'll be fine. I'll just design them in a way that means that they can be fairly soft and generic. I like that. Yeah. So those can be the 4 ideas I work on. I'll do that in my free time when it's not going to jeopardize other stuff. But it is stuff that I do want to work on, so. Put that in the Discord. I'll put that in important for now. There we go. Alright, I posted that in the Discord. So people can feel free, if you're on there, to do whatever. Alright. Let's go back and see where we're at with the movement controls. So just as a reminder, this wasn't a Magic the Gathering stream to start with. We just got onto it for a very long period of time. This is a game dev one where I am currently working on the core functionality of movement. So what you're seeing here is how the player will theoretically move. I think that looks fine, because I'm okay with a little bit of glide. Because I feel like a little bit of glide is fine, because like if you feel like it's a problem, you can actually counteract it by pushing the other way. Alright. I might put a higher multiplier on that max speed though, for just testing purposes. Just so we can see it move a lot faster and a little bit more aggressively. I'll also set up a thing in a second to like bounce it off of Ooh, higher speeds has a lot lower, like, makes it a way harder response time. That's actually really interesting. Yeah, it's gonna make, ooh, that's gonna be interesting. That's gonna mean moving faster requires you to move in circles. Because, like, trying to go one way and then the other way, you can already see is, like, a lot harder because you have a lot more fight back you're gonna have to do. I mean, I could raise the magnet. Oh, that's lowering it. Wait. Let's try this. See what happens when we introduce this to it. Higher max force actually feels a lot nicer. Wait, what happens if I go to 0.5? That doesn't feel too bad. You can fight the momentum really easily with that. What if I put this at a lower value? That's not too bad. Okay. Keep in mind as well, at this point in time, all of this is only going to be set up for keyboard input. Because inputting controller architecture, while it's not difficult, the amount of time to implement that right now is probably not worth the payoff, especially when I'm probably going to have to move things away anyway. I mean, what I'm gonna have to do is basically check, is this your player, before it's running most of the scripts as well, or most of the functionality. Because, like, the input one's a great example. I don't want to run your input on another player. And I need to make sure that that's not being done. I need to run that very, very particularly. So, yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. Yeah. Now, let's see. Okay, here we go. Again, these are variables that I'm going to be able to edit constantly at, and it'll be a lot of, like, getting the feel right, which is stuff that I can do on my own, but I'll have to ask people, hey, does this feel good? Does this feel fun to use? So what I will set up though is current sprite. I'm just gonna have it 0 for the moment. And then sprite array. So it's gonna be an array. Because what we'll do is we'll have the sprites set up in an array format. And then I'll have all relevant sprites put into that array. And then from that for each character. So if they would have an animation of some kind, it would go in there as well. Yeah, I think that's how we're gonna probably do that. So I don't know how. Do I have a character constructor? Play functions, whip parts. No, I don't. Okay, so we're not gonna worry about that for now. So I'll just write index of current sprite from. Interesting. Game Maker just crashed on me. That's interesting. I haven't seen them have a fatal error in a long time. Always good times, I guess. I guess that just goes to show it's always funny to create a fatal error. It's an achievement, right, for programmers? Do that every once in a while and you get a gold star. That's how it feels. Okay, we were in player. Cool, so I got there, I didn't get the thing in. Okay, current sprite, current index sprite from list of possible sprites then what we'll need is walk sprite index equals, I'm just gonna put 0, and then we're going to have run sprite index is going to be 1. Because I'm gonna need that for some characters. Because obviously we have some characters that do change what they look like. The two that I can think of off the top of my head that are implemented even are Juniper and Gura. Gura changes into Red Gura, and Juniper changes her entire design. So we're gonna need a way of basically saying this is where you're pulling those values from when necessary. And then I guess we also have to have sprite movement override equals false. What this is gonna be is for, we'll just write this here, if something is occurring that isn't run and needs to not be interrupted. Fuck it. Whatever. Basically, it's if we have, I think the best example is Booby. Booby, Beelzebub, whatever. Iron Mouse is familiar. I'm gonna have an animation for when he's dashing, to make it feel a little bit better. So I'm gonna want to have that animation play over the top of whatever is occurring. I think that's a fair thing to do. Alright, oh yeah, fucking, did y'all hear Melody moved to Japan? That was pretty fucking cool. I think she's actually moved now, so it is past tense. That was really cool news to hear. I'm not gonna lie, right? I'm still like such in a weird state with that thought process of like if I would move or not again. Okay, no, let me correct that. Where I would move when I finally do kind of have a way of moving. Because I am super thankful to my current friends that are my landlords for giving me where I am now. But like, it's undeniable. I could probably live here for a few years if everything's good. But like, there's an eventuality I need to go find my own place, right? I need to, or whatever. And it's where am I going to end up for that? And it's always an interesting one, because I think I've talked about this a lot with moving around and all that. Like, for me, I moved back to my hometown because that's where the people I know are at, right? Like, that's where all of my old friends are, it's where everything is, and it was really hard to justify a way of getting to hang out with them that didn't cost me an arm and a leg. So now I'm in a situation where, like, I don't have a grounding thing anymore. The cats were my big thing that locked me around the place. Now it's just what I have with me. Like, what's basically in this one room is what is my only tethering things. And price. So once money's not as big of a problem, what would I do? Would I decide, could I move to Japan? Would I move to Japan? I don't know. I really don't know. Like, I think if I was to move to Japan, it is because I have friends in Japan. And I have some friends in Japan, but not enough that would justify that kind of action for me. I think still, currently, if I was to choose something, I would just stay where I am. I would just go get my own place in this city. Because that's where the people I want to be around are. And most of them are. But to be fair, I'm also, as we've kind of heard with how I treat, like, magic things, right? Like, if I'm gonna get something slightly limited edition, I want to get the most limited edition version of it. If I'm gonna get a secret lair, I want to get the foil secret lair. If you're gonna splash, you might as well splash the whole lot. So when it comes to a house, it's like, I'm either gonna do one or two things. I'm gonna buy a really fucking good house, or a really good property and build my own house. So I need a shitload of money if I was to even consider that. So that's not happening until, like, I'm a millionaire. Once I win the lottery, I'll get there. Speaking of, I wonder what the lottery's at. It sometimes just creeps up to a really high value. And then everyone's like, why aren't you getting a lotto ticket? It's actually almost worth it at this point. Because it doesn't get, like, claimed for ages, and then it just sits at, like, 50 million. It is 12 million at the moment. It's not really worth that much. Again, it's just like if it's a value that's worth like even attempting, right? It's kind of how I see it. I mean, lotteries in general, especially nationwide ones, are almost never worth it. And you should always treat them as such. Man, I need to get another docking station for my Switch at some point. Because I want to have one for the desk and one for my TV. So I can switch between them, like, without issue. Oh yeah, where's this order at? I have a lot of things in the mail at the moment. I want to know where they're at. Okay, so that's out. That's not out for delivery. That's at courier though. That's from that's from Calico too. My old LGS is like, I think the only one that has actually shipped it. Let's go. That's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that one's shipped technically. But it's shipped, that's it. Okay, go back. So that was there. What about you? I'm not gonna lie, right? I'm starting to get to the point with this music where I kind of need just something different to break it up, right? I love this music. I love this music for doing the dev streams in the background, but like it's become too generic to me. Okay, my biggest of the lot, which is the one that has the precons in it, has just we've reviewed your order. It's the last thing that they said, and that was on the 8th. God damn it. They haven't even bothered to send it out yet. It was confirmed, that's it. Oh, can I actually look at the rest from here? Be good if I can. Dude, my computer is dying something fierce with what I'm trying to look up right now. I'll look at that later, I guess. It's fine. Alright. I mean, it doesn't matter right now. It's just me being curious about stuff that's completely irrelevant right now. My hope was it was going to turn up before, all of it's going to turn up before Friday, but if one of them hasn't even been shipped, then, well, it's not impossible, it's definitely not as likely. If it is going to all be here by next week, I might make a stream of it. Where it's me, so I've made a deck challenge where I basically got 2 of the most, like, unpopular precons for a while that were cheap as shit because nobody liked them, that are the same colors, that have some theming together, and then just put together a little bit of money extra, that I was like, cool, this is how much I'm putting towards this idea. That is it. That is going to be a deck that I make, and it is a bit of a different style than I've played in almost any other deck I've done. And it also meant that I could buy a couple of other tiny pieces for other decks that I want to do. That have been getting whittled away at every time I do orders like this. Primarily because it's like, oh, here's a card I want, but like, I can't justify ordering one card on its own. Sort of thing, right? Because the shipping cost is then, like, more expensive than the card I'm ordering. I'm still, actually, I want to look it up. I don't know if there's another Spelunking out yet. Is there another Spelunking available? Because there wasn't even any before on the shop. There's none for sale on here. Yep, still none for sale. Fuck me, I guess. I might double check with my LGS, because I know that they don't have some of those sorts of cards on like the website, but they have them internal to their system. So if I turn up, I might be able to find it. Might check on Friday. Sorry, I'm checking something on my phone, so the model's going to be looking off to the side for a moment. Alright, there we go. Alright. Do we want to test this out with a character model? If we're gonna do this, I'll do it here. So, if... sprite movement override is so false. If velocity.x is not equal. Actually, this is a hard one to get right. I mean, no, it should just be not equal 0. Or velocity dot y is not equal 0. This means, so if we do this, if it's, if playing normal movement sprites, if the player is moving, then current sprite equals walk sprite index. Else current sprite equals... Oh no, it's not walk or run, it's fucking idle or run. What is wrong with me? Idle. Run. And that means that this is the wrong way around anyway. Okay, then we'll need to have handle direction. So we'll need to have, there'll be a level of an if mouse check. Then we'll move on from that for a moment of if mouse check, we're just gonna say the mouse check fails for now while we're doing the testing process. If position dot x is greater than x, then we'll have an if, so the position we want to go to is greater than, to the right of, our current position. If... No, this is where I'm actually going to have to look at the player thing again. No, not that one. This one. It's because we need to handle the directional input. Player look direction X scale. I need the script for this, because there's a lot that goes on with the script, but for now we're just going to do the basic scaling modifier. So we'll get input, horizontal doesn't matter, face direction of mouse doesn't matter as much, right? So it's mouse X is less than player X, so return. So if it is, that means it is looking to the left, then it is a negative multiplier. So we need to have, in this case, if it is thing, if I see. I've skipped a step on this. That means that this is all running really, really frequently, which is probably not good. If X scale, image X scale is less than 0. So if the position is to the right of its current and the image is looking left, we want to take image scale X times equal -1. Then else if position dot y is no x is less than x, because we do want to actually have it checking for these sorts of things, because otherwise it's just going to do a weird flip thing potentially. If image X scale is greater than 0, because we need the inverse of this now. Image scale X scale times equal times equal -1. Because again, -1 is invert. So we actually should be able to test this currently, because the whip thing should just flip side to side. Yep, cool. So now I'm gonna make a group, player, characters, and I'm gonna make a group in here for character add assets, and then I'm going to create group for mouse, and then we're going to into our sprites, or our assets file, and pull out the stuff so we can do testing. I mean, I could do it with the default template, but I would prefer to do it with the player model that we have. So let's go with that. So I need... I did the updated sprites. Okay, I forgot. I need to do create sprite. Then I need to edit image. And I need to image, import strip image. There's nothing about actually opening that folder. So I need to go to here. Here. Open. Convert. Yes. And then, create sprite. Edit image. Image, import strip image. Import. Convert. Yes. Close that. Alright, so now... bottom center... Bottom center... Now, this is where it gets to an argument I've had with myself about how I'm going to do these. But now I'm going to follow my style I've done before. But I will be willing to change that decision later down the line. Okay. SP mouse idle. SP mouse run. Then we go to player code, and again for default purposes, it's SP iron mouse idle, SP iron mouse run. And then we're going to make if sprite index is not equal to sprite array current sprite index equals sprite array current sprite. Okay, then we're gonna need to do sprite speed stuff here, I think. No, I think it's image speed, isn't it? Determines the speed in which GameMaker will cycle through the sub-images of the current instance sprite. Cool. Image speed equals... okay, well... if... current sprite equals running sprite index. Image speed is equal to one times velocity x plus velocity else. No, I'm looking for... Okay, I know it's really small for you guys. I'll scale her up. In a second. But that's really fucking funny. That's really funny. Interesting. It's because it's negative. There's a fucking thing for this. That's the one I was thinking of. So it's already in brackets, so yes. Interesting. This creates a real cool scenario there. That means I am doing this slightly wrong. Because I need these to be individually absoluted then. Okay. I think it's been long enough that I need to put in scaler. Scale. Let's just do 2 for now. Again, as a hold value. And then it's gonna be... okay, I need to do this again. So I need to look at scale and scale modifier. So it should just be that, yeah. So this is going to instead this is going to just equal in brackets sprite scaler. It's just gonna be sprite scaler. So this is wanting to look to right. Right is default. So then we're going to just do equal sprite scaler, but negative. Now I should be, well, not actually all that much viewable. We're gonna just make her really big then, so we can show this off a little bit easier. Because I know everyone wants to see the little iron mouse running around like a little fucking gremlin she is. Oh, that's not working? What? I think I know. So we'll do this. It's a terrible way of doing this, but it'll work. Cool. Alright. Let's just do 2 for now. And then see how that looks. It's gonna be closer to what it will be. Probably. I mean, to be fair, I still need to change the camera. But yeah, now the angles don't change how it works, because they're 2 absolutes versus each other. And added together. I think that looks pretty good. I'm actually quite impressed with how that's come out. For an arguably more complex architecture as well. Keeping in mind, so yeah, no, this is where I'll like call myself out. What I have provided here is significantly more complex than what we had in the previous one, especially with one of the aspects of it. However, this is like, I feel really interesting as well with the fact that like it has the kind of like follow through like that, right? The little bit of extra walk. Like, it overwalking feels like the characters actually do have a little bit of their own personality? I don't know, like, this is one of those things where I don't think I'm ever going to explain this part correctly, but, like, you are playing as the character. These are the characters you're playing as, but, like, it also still feels that, yeah, no, with this, they do still feel like their own character. You're helping direct them, but you're not them. You're not in charge of them. But you still have, like, pretty much full control over the events that are occurring in front of you. Because, yeah, it's like, hands on keyboard, hand off. There's a fair bit of lag time between that. I do want to split this up, actually. So I want to do 2 things here. So, I'm going to copy this entire thing. And then we're going to do x is not equal to minus. And then here we do y and also not equal to minus. So this should mean that you won't reset. So we were seeing that a little bit when it went to idle and it was no movement, it would flip to the right. So when I'm not like overriding and forcing a new thing in, this should mean that like if you, so go to the right, cool. Go to the left, damn. I guess it's because the sprite's swapping. That means I'm gonna have to do, yeah, I'm gonna have to add some complexity here. So I'm gonna have var direction. Equals image x scale. Change the thing, and then image x scale equals dir. That should mean that it retains the direction it's looking in. Oh, that's why. I had them as ors, not ands. That's my bad. Yep, there we go. Now it retains direction. By having it or means if one condition is met, it goes through. And if it's not met, yeah. So it basically meant that one condition wasn't being met. So it would go as a fail. Oh, well, it would... this means these both have to be the case. Because I had it as not, and was incorrect. If I had it as equals this or equals this, then I would have to have it as, then it would be, yeah, I needed to check when it's not this and when it's not this, do this. There you go. That's the explanation. This should still need to be the case, though, for that. Because when it swaps sprites, I don't believe it retains the X scale. I'm curious, because if I don't need to write that code, then I won't write that code. But I'm pretty sure I do. So, that's fine. I don't? Okay, it retains. I'm surprised at that, I'm not gonna lie. Cool, that's really good then. Yeah, I think that's the main stuff to take away from it, though, is we've got that sitting there. That's pretty good. Alright, sorry, I was just also readjusting something because I realized I should probably have a way of seeing events occurring a little bit clearer. On, for my stream stuff. Oh my god, my hair is fucking falling all over the place. Why did I not tie this up properly? Oh yeah, I actually have this written on my board, so I'll mention it now, because everything that's on my board is, I feel, public info, basically. So I have, again, I've got week goals, I've got research for the week, and then I've got ideas for what I'm doing next week on my board right now. Week goals are literally the game dev stuff, which I've now accomplished. So I've finished all my week-long tasks for the game directly. I do need to set up my Ring Fit Adventure stuff. That's the other thing I want to do. Because I actually want to start doing that, because now that my leg's not feeling like shit as well, and I'm not ill, I think it would be good for me to get back into, like, somewhat regular exercising. But my research of the week, it's like, figure out where I'm getting the precons, and looking up more debugging tool info. But On my ideas for next week, if I'm having a look over my monitor, by the way, for this, because it's that bit of text is behind it, is start working on the next devlog for next month. Yes, there will be a devlog for this game coming next month. In June, I will be doing one. It'll probably be early June. Because even though I'm probably not going to have a playable game by then, I feel like it's about time I give Claire info about what's happened, what's going on, collated in a really good spot for people to come to. Because the fact is, there's not been an update to the game in like 2 months, or 2-3 months, and I feel really shit for that. But I think this is just objectively the correct thing to be doing to the game, is this work we're seeing here. So, yeah, it's a difficult one, right? But I will, yeah, I'll be, setting up a devlog, is basically the short answer. I haven't started scripting it or anything yet. I think I'm holding off on wanting to do the scripting till, like I said, next week or, so, because at that point in time, I'll know what I can show. I at least want to have the skins that I promised done. So I'll finish the Iron Mouse Splash. I'll get the in-game arts done for auras, and I'll start doing the drafts up for caissons that I promised. And then I will try and get some more done, is the short answer. I'll have some characters to show off as well, because I'll try and do some character art. But basically, my hope is by the time we do the devlog, the gameplay loop won't probably be ready, but like weapons and enemies will be able to be done to the game. So I can show like, this is what the game's looking like now, because I have taken this time to just rewrite it. So I'm going to be focusing a lot more on this game, again, in my spare time than I have recently. And admittedly, again, call me out on that. I deserve to be called out on it. I've fucked up miserably with it. It's one of those things of, all of the stuff I have to explain about it is ones that you'll hear and go like, oh, no, that's fair, brother. And I'm like, okay, saying it's fair, I get that, but like the problem is that it is still a problem. Right? Like, why has it been delayed? Well, I stopped working on it to rework it because it needed to be reworked at this point. And I didn't work on it a lot since then because, one, motivation's low, two, I was moving, and I've only now really started to feel like I am situated enough. I'm not, like, panicky about a lot of things. I'm still not fully set up, like I said. I still have boxes around the place, but, like, that's kind of the shit that I'm like, it's fine. We're at a point where I feel like this is my room-ish now. I don't feel like I'm in a stopgap scenario. I feel fairly secure here now. I feel comfortable, which is really important. So I'm not. There's always that part of my brain that's always going to be part of that, like, oh well, they could just turn around and kick me out, right? I'm now able to fight that back. That part of my brain back a lot more now because I've been in the environment with them a lot more. I can gauge things a little bit better. All that. That's what's important. Because this was my fallback. This was the most fallback I had of an option. With everything that was going on. I don't have another thing I could go back on now. Anything I do from this point onwards is I have to move forward, not back, not fall back. Good old, risking it all on the casino. which is why I want to get the PC done. I want to get all the big stuff done so I can just not be spending money on things as badly as I am. And work up enough money to go like, cool, I need to move, I can do something about that. I plan on getting a vehicle, I plan on doing stuff like that as well, so I can move myself if need be, again, next time. Instead of relying on other people, because that was... I talked about it a lot, it stressed me the fuck out during that time. Like, it was not good for me. Oh, you know what I could do? Sorry, a just random thing that I just realized. I could just run the equation of absoluting this. Instead of doing a double check. Would that not work? There's an argument to say that this is technically probably less efficient to be running a calculator function like this. But I think that's a little bit cleaner. I can understand this fairly well. Then by that same argument, wouldn't it also therefore mean we do the same here? Yeah, nah, that works. And frame rate wise, about the exact same. That's pretty good. So next we'll be trying to figure out ways to make this a little more efficient, just in general. Because I do want to try and streamline it a little bit more. I think it's currently in a situation where it's like, it could be just on the verge of being a little bit too intensive in some spots. I think that's something that might be a genuine concern long term. Ooh, is my chat not working? I don't think it is. Because I can see your, messages over there on YouTube, but not on my thing. Give me a sec. Let's see. Alright, that means it's disconnected. Alright, platforms, YouTube, account, sign in, yep. It's disconnected. Dude, I hate that shit. There we go. Alright. There we go. Sorry about that over on YouTube. Your comments now exist again. Yeah, no, I really fucking hate when it does that, because that was so it occasionally can just delodge from the account. So I have to re-sign in quickly. To be fair, it's an automated sign in, but it nonetheless is really stupid because it's just, it disconnects it, and it means that it can't grab anything from there, and it's not a server problem. It's a connection problem. Which it's just harder to notice when that's a problem. Dude, it's been fucking like half an hour since that happened. 40 minutes. Good lord. I feel bad now. I feel real bad. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna have to, like, do some things with this stuff to make it just better, right? If anyone's got any thoughts on it, let me know, by the way, because as I said, I could remove the velocity deterioration and instead just have it at on-off. Because I kinda like it, but I could understand some people really not liking it. I think it adds a bit of charm. Just the slow thing afterwards. What I could do, this is gonna look really weird. Do a min thing for now. That should just be straight up, just 0.2. See how that looks. Ooh, that was a hardy hitch. Okay, I can probably raise this up to that. Okay. I'm gonna have to do some weirdness with this at some point to make this feel a little bit better, is because I'm probably gonna have a hard cap on how fast the player model can move, because otherwise it's gonna get glitchy. And then I'm gonna have a min cap of, well, I mean 0.5, right? 0.5 is the lowest it can go. That's why I think we'll do... It's something with this one. I mean, I could... No, so this needs to stay inside of the max. Because it's whatever's the highest of those two variables goes to there. And then, yeah. Its velocity is steering force. Steering force is max force, or limited by max force. However, velocity is... I'm gonna have to do some testing with this at some point to get the variables and all that right and aligned correctly. We can't lower this too much, because when it gets too low, it's just gonna feel really awkward as well. That's why I'm like keeping an eye on it right now, because like there's certain moments where it just looks like she's hovering for like a good almost quarter of a second or two. Or like almost half a second, and it just looks weird. But now it's not as bad with that, because of the better range for it, with the half as min. Sometimes was facing to the left there. Now she faces the right. Interesting. Why would she change her view on that? It's still the switch. I guess we could re-add what we had before for the swap. Just as a protocol for those circumstances, because I assume it will probably cover. No, that looks like that's covered, like, the niche case. Oh, no. Yeah, it still happens from time to time. Curious. I think I know why, but like, it would probably be because it overshoots the position by like smidgen or something, or like it's holding on to the previous position. No, it can't do that. I don't know. I actually have no idea why that's occurring still like that. It looks like we've covered it fairly decently, though, in case it is actually a problem. We can probably resolve it more if we need to. Be a bit more of a deeper dive, though, I think. But I think we're coming up to probably our finishing up point for today. We have spent 4.5 hours on this project. Well, I say that. We spent like 1.5 hours on magic. I will not dispute that in the slightest. And I apologize for it, but you also should know well and truly, if you came here, you're gonna get magic talk. Oh. One thing I don't know if I mentioned, and I will mention it now quickly before we finish up. So, I already talked about how we're going to be playing Final Fantasy for the next little while, because once Bloodborne's done, we'll go on to Final Fantasy, because I do want to play more Final Fantasy before the set comes out. I found out, I did mention this, but I found out I can buy a digital version of original Final Fantasy VII for the PS4 for about 26 bucks. So, once we go through the Pixel remasters, finish 6, that's what we'll do. Now, again, I'm not currently going to be playing Rebirth and Remake yet. However, I do have those as an option later down the line, if we so choose to. But I feel like at this point in time, we should probably finish the franchise linearly, and then go from there. I know some of the later ones are, again, available via, if I nag my, or ask very politely, I guess actually is the better phrasing, my landlord, because he does have a PS5, and he does have these games loaded onto it. So, I'll see if I can, like, go onto it, load my account onto the device, and then use it. And then that way we can play PS5. Which means we'll also get slightly higher quality from some stuff. It also means that, like, hopefully by the time I get to ones that I also have on PC, we might be able to have the PC upgraded. I doubt it at this rate, though. It is what it is. Nonetheless, though, I think I'm gonna call it here. So, as just a reminder for the week, though, and I kind of just iterated it, but I'll iterate it again, because I feel like I need to. We are playing Bloodborne until we finish it. Once it is finished, we will be swatching over to Final Fantasy. I do not know when that will be. All I know is that tomorrow will definitely be Bloodborne. That is it. That is all we got. what it ends up being later, we will see. So, I also realized I had the controller in my hands the whole stream. I don't want the controller in my hands to have to programming. It doesn't matter. Anyway, with that all being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.